꽃이 피는 화산이여 피기는 정산일세 달아 밝은 달아 우주 강산에 비친 달아
내 중심으로 강강 쏠래 이거 하게 된 거 그냥 놀래 북북동이 내 동네 내 중심으로 강강 쏠래 Turn around slow down 멍 때려 아무것도 안 할래 바보 같은 짓만 골라 주머니는 무겁지만 I don't live play again 다시 보긴 결제 대인배 아니고 난 배짱이 우리 엄만 일어나 놀래 대안학교 설레비네 첫 번째 기만 들이고 나까지 난 볼래 Oh way 관세음 보설 참을린 그래 내다 가만히 그나대다 I pray for myself 못 되라 우리 번님 어디 가고 모두 신어 세워라 내워라 답답한 건 넌데 왜 나를 붙여놔 세워라 내워라
달아 밝은 달아 우주 강산에 비친 달아
수업을 더욱 특별하게 만들어줄 교사 지원 사이트 Y클라우드를 소개합니다. 대면 수업과 비대면 수업 지원을 위해 새로운 콘텐츠와 차시별 수업 서비스 제공, 수업 준비 시간을 줄여주는 맞춤형 서비스, 수업을 풍성하게 만들어줄 다양한 특화 자료 제공. 2022년에는 대면 비대면 교육 플랫폼 스마트스쿨도 찾아옵니다. Y클라우드와 함께 창의적이고 재미있는 수업을 만나보세요. YBM Y클라우드.
Hey, I got a confession.
안녕하세요 여러분. 혹시 대구의 밤은 낮보다 즐겁다라는 이야기를 들어보신 적이 있나요? 오늘 제가 그 얘기를 샅샅이 파헤쳐보겠습니다. 다 계획이 돼 있으니까 가시죠!
Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire, let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day.
오, 여기서 대구 시내가 다 보이는데요?
In real life, go get your DeLorean. Oh, miss the summers with you and never swipe left or right. Ah, snuck in your window, no friend request, no, just spent the night. I had to walk right up to your locker and risk you saying, boy, just don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound ancient, but sons and daughters, that shit was amazing. Can we
이제 배를 좀 채워볼까요?
before we had this drama in our lives, just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Go get your DeLorean.
잘 보이세요? 잘 보이죠? 이런 곳에 누군가 같이 오면 더 좋을 것 같아요. 누군가 같이 오면 더 좋을 것 같아요. 누군가 같이 오면 더 좋을 것 같아요.
해가 져도 쇼핑은 계속 이어져야 하니까. 패션 피플에게는 역시 밤이죠? 와, 저기! 대구의 랜드마크 타워는 올라가 봐야겠죠?
but just don't bother. I know this all just makes me something.
밤에 볼거리가 이렇게 많았다니. 밤이 너무 짧네요.
Take it back to 95 before we had this drama in our lives. Just staring at the screen every day and night.
진짜 이 정도일 줄은 몰랐는데 낮에 볼 수 없는 꼭 밤이 되어야 만날 수 있는 대구의 매력을 오늘 많이 알게 된 것 같아요.
Go get your DeLorean.
밤이 낮보다 즐겁다는 말 이제 좀 알 것 같은데요.
Before we had this drama in our lives. Just staring at the screen every day in real life.
왜 지나칭칭 나네 치기나 칭칭 지나칭칭 나네 왜 지나칭칭 나네 치기나 칭칭 지나칭칭 나네 It's Big Nanny and the beat, yo. It's Big Nanny and the beat, yo. 왜 지나칭칭 나네 치기나 칭칭 지나칭칭 Everybody say 왜 지나칭칭 나네 치기나 칭칭 지나칭칭 Put your hands in the air 지나칭칭 지나칭칭 나네 치기나 칭칭 지나칭칭 나네 Say hip hop 헤비리 힙 헤비리 힙 내려 입은 청바지가 더 진짜는 나 Say hip hop 헤비리 힙 헤비리 힙 오해는 마 아프다고 다 청춘은 아니야 2X 라지 애색 딱 바지 내 청바지 입고선 힙합 하지 하늘 천 따지 긴 바지 긴 바지는 안 입어 우린 삐딱하지 시기나 칭칭 시간 지나지 진 지갑이 나지 긴 위선자들의 위친 거울 속에 비친 내 모습에 기침 커지는 시침 소리에 맞춰 앞으로 직진 yo bring it back yo sound and mean yo 이걸 못 느낀다면 스트레스가 밀려 오는 것 같아 밤의 기장에 서서히 바라보던 하늘의 별들도 손을 들고 따라 불러 say 지나칭칭 나네 지나 칭칭 지나칭 everybody say 쾌 지나칭칭 나네 지기나 칭칭 지나칭칭 나네
yeah. 꽃이 피는 화산이요 잎이 피는 정산일세 따라 밝은 달아 우주 강산에 비친 달아
내 중심으로 강강 쏠래 이거 하게 된 거 그냥 놀래 부북동이 내 동네 내 중심으로 강강 쏠래 Turn around slow down 멍 때려 아무것도 안 할래 바보 같은 짓만 골라 주머니는 무겁지만 I don't live play again 다시 보긴 결제 대인배 아니고 난 배짱이 우리 엄만 일어나 놀래 대안학교 설레빈의 첫 번째 기만 들이고 나까지 난 볼래 Oh way 관세음 보살 참을린 그래 내다 가만히 가나대라 I pray for myself 못 때라 우리 번님 어디 가고 모두 신어 세워라 내워라 답답한 건 넌데 왜 나를 보잖아 세워라 내워라
따라 밝은 달아 우주 강산에 비친 달아
수업을 더욱 특별하게 만들어줄 교사 지원 사이트 Y클라우드를 소개합니다. 대면 수업과 비대면 수업 지원을 위해 새로운 콘텐츠와 차시별 수업 서비스 제공. 수업 준비 시간을 줄여주는 맞춤형 서비스, 수업을 풍성하게 만들어줄 다양한 특화 자료 제공. 2022년에는 대면 비대면 교육 플랫폼 스마트 스쿨도 찾아옵니다. Y클라우드와 함께 창의적이고 재미있는 수업을 만나보세요. YBM Y클라우드.
Hey, I got a confession.
안녕하세요 여러분. 혹시 대구의 밤은 낮보다 즐겁다라는 이야기를 들어보신 적이 있나요? 오늘 제가 그 얘기를 샅샅이 파헤쳐보겠습니다. 다 계획이 돼 있으니까 가시죠.
Dig my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire. Let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives. Just staring at the screen every day.
오, 여기서 대구 시내가 다 보이는데요.
In real life. Go get your DeLorean. Oh, I miss the summers. With you I never swipe left or right. I snuck in your window. No friend request, no. Just spent the night. I had to walk right up to your locker and risk you saying, boy, just don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound ancient, but sons and daughters, that shit was amazing. Can we take
이제 배를 좀 채워볼까요?
before we had this drama in our lives? Just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean. Go get your DeLorean. Yo, what you got?
잘 보이세요?
Candy cigarettes and a
잘 보이죠?
Man, you used to have to work.
이런 곳에 누군가 같이 오면 더 좋을 것 같아요.
Can't call my landline 'cause it's all tied up.
누군가 같이 오면, 누군가 같이 오면, 누군가 같이 오면 더 좋을 것 같아요.
Before we had this drama,
누군가 같이 오면 더 좋을 것 같아요.
해가 져도 쇼핑은 계속 이어져야 하니까.
go get your DeLorean.
패션 피플에게는 역시 밤이죠.
Swipe left or right. I snuck in your window. No friend request, no. Just spent the night.
와, 저기
Right up to your
대구의 랜드마크 타워는 올라가 봐야겠죠?
boy, just don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound
밤에 볼거리가 이렇게 많았다니. 아, 밤이 너무 짧네요.
Take it back to 95. Before we had this drama in our lives. Just staring at the screen every day and night.
진짜 이 정도일 줄은 몰랐는데 낮에 볼 수 없는, 꼭 밤이 되어야 만날 수 있는 대구의 매력을 오늘 많이 알게 된 것 같아요.
Go get your DeLorean.
밤이 낮보다 즐겁다는 말, 이제 좀 알 것 같은데요.
Before we had this drama in our lives. Just staring at the screen every in real life. 왜 지나칭칭 나네 지기나 칭칭 지나칭칭 나네 왜 지나칭칭 나네 지기나 칭칭 지나칭칭 나네 It's Big Nanny and the beat, yo. It's Big Nanny and the beat, yo. 왜 지나칭칭 나네 지기나 칭칭 지나칭칭 Everybody say 왜 지나칭칭
칭칭 나네 Say hip hop 헤비리 힙 헤비리 힙 내려 입은 청바지가 더 진짜네 나 Say hip hop 헤비리 힙 헤비리 힙 오해는 마 아프다고 다 청춘은 아니야 2X 라지 색 딱 바지 내 청바지 입고선 힙합 하지 하늘천 따지 긴 바지는 난 입어 오린 삐딱하지 시기나 칭칭 시간 지나지 지갑이 나지 긴 위선자들의 위친 거울 속에 비친 내 모습에 기침 커지는 시침 소리에 맞춰 앞으로 직진 yo bring it back yo 사운드 원민 yo 이걸 못 느낀다면 스트레스가 밀려 늙은 것 같아 밤의 기장에 서서히 바라보던 하늘의 별들도 손을 들고 따라 불러 say 지나칭칭 나네 지나칭칭 everybody say quit 지나칭칭 나네 지나칭칭 나네
yeah. 꽃이 피는 화산이요 잎이 기는 정산일세 따라 밝은 달아 우주 강산에 비친 달아
내 중심으로 강강 쏠래 이거 하게 된 거 그냥 놀래 북북동이 내 동네 내 중심으로 강강 쏠래 Turn around slow down 멍 때려 아무것도 안 할래 바보 같은 짓만 골라 주머니는 무겁지만 I don't live play again 다시 보긴 결제 딘배 아니고 난 배짱이 우리 엄만 일어나 놀래 대안학교 설레비네 첫 번째 힘안 들이고 나까지 난 볼래 Oh way 관세음 보설 참을린 그래 내다 가만히 가나 때라 I pray for myself 못 때라 우리 번님 어디 가고 모두 신어 세워라 내워라 답답한 건 넌데 왜 나를 붙여놔 세워라 내워라
따라 밝은 달아 우주 강산에 비친 달아
수업을 더욱 특별하게 만들어줄 교사 지원 사이트 Y클라우드를 소개합니다. 대면 수업과 비대면 수업 지원을 위해 새로운 콘텐츠와 차시별 수업 서비스 제공, 수업 준비 시간을 줄여주는 맞춤형 서비스, 수업을 풍성하게 만들어줄 다양한 특화 자료 제공. 2022년에는 대면 비대면 교육 플랫폼 스마트스쿨도 찾아옵니다. Y클라우드와 함께 창의적이고 재미있는 수업을 만나보세요. YBM Y클라우드.
Hey, I got a confession.
안녕하세요 여러분. 혹시 대구의 밤은 낮보다 즐겁다라는 이야기를 들어보신 적이 있나요? 오늘 제가 그 얘기를 샅샅이 파헤쳐보겠습니다. 다 계획이 돼 있으니까 가시죠.
Take my hands deep down in the dirt. Take a walk along the street if I'm feeling dessert. All of this convenience just doesn't work for me. I wanna play with fire. Let me get hurt. Can we take it back to 95? Before we had this drama in our lives. Just staring at the screen every day.
오, 여기서 대구 시내가 다 보이는데요?
In real life. Go get your DeLorean. Oh, I miss the summers. When you were never spark left to right. I snuck in your window. No friend request, no. Just spent the night. I had to walk right up to your locker and risk you saying, boy, just don't bother. I know this all just makes me sound ancient, but sons and daughters, that shit was amazing. Can we take
이제 배를 좀 채워볼까요?
before we had this drama in our lives? Just staring at the screen every day and night. I miss the rush of living in real life. Go get your DeLorean.
잘 보이세요? 잘 보이죠? 이런 곳에 누군가 같이 오면 더 좋을 것 같아요. 누군가 같이 오면 더 좋을 것 같아요. 누군가 같이 오면 더 좋을 것 같아요.
해가 져도 쇼핑은 계속 이어져야 하니까. 패션 피플에게는 역시 밤이죠.
Swipe left to right. Eyes knock in your window. No friend request, no. Just spent the night.
와, 저기 대구의 랜드마크 타워는 올라가 봐야겠죠?
Boy, just don't bother. I know this all just makes me something.
밤에 볼거리가 이렇게 많았다니. 아, 밤이 너무 짧네요.
Get back to 95. Before we had this drama in our lives. Just staring at the screen every day and night.
진짜 이 정도일 줄은 몰랐는데 낮에 볼 수 없는 꼭 밤이 되어야 만날 수 있는 대구의 매력을 오늘 많이 알게 된 것 같아요.
Go get your DeLorean.
밤이 낮보다 즐겁다는 말 이제 좀 알 것 같은데요.
Before we had this drama in our lives. Just staring at the screen every day in real life. 왜 지나칭칭 나네 지기나 칭칭 지나칭칭 나네 왜 지나칭칭 나네 지기나 칭칭 지나칭칭 나네 It's Big 90 and the beat, yo. It's Big 90 and the beat, yo. 왜 지나칭칭 나네 지기나 칭칭 지나칭칭 Everybody say 왜 지나칭칭 나네 지기나 칭칭 지나칭칭 Put your hands in the air 지나칭칭 지나칭칭 나네 지기나 칭칭 지나칭칭 나네 Say hip hop 헤비리 힙 헤비리 힙 내려 입은 청바지가 더 진짜네 난 Say hip hop 헤비리 힙 헤비리 힙 오는 음악 아프다고 더 청춘은 아니야 2X 라지 애색 딱 내 청바지 입고선 힙합하지 하늘천 따지 긴 바지는 긴 바지는 난 입어 우린 삐딱하지 시기나 칭칭 시간 지나지 친 지갑이 나지 긴 위선자들의 위친 거울 속에 비친 내 모습에 기침 커지는 시침 소리에 맞춰 앞으로 직진 yo Bring it back on 사운드와 민요 이걸 못 느낀다면 스트레스가 밀려 오는 것 같아 밤의 기장에 서서히 바라보던 하늘의 별들도 손을 들고 따라 불러 Say 지나칭칭 나네 지나칭칭 지나칭칭 Everybody say quick 지나칭칭 나네 지나칭칭 지나칭칭 나네
꽃이 피는 화산이요 피기는 정산일세 따라 밝은 달아 우주 강산에 비친 달아
내 중심으로 강강 쏠래 이거 알게 된 거 그냥 놀래 북북동이 내 동네 내 중심으로 강강 쏠래 Turn around slow down 멍 때려 아무것도 안 할래 바보 같은 짓만 골라 주머니는 무겁지만 I don't live play again 다시 보긴 결제 Damn bad 아니고 난 배짱이 우리 엄만 일어나 놀래 대한학교 설레비네 첫 번째 힘안 들이고 나까지 난 볼래 Oh way 광선 보설 참을린 그래 내다 가만히 가나 때라 I pray for myself 못 때라 우리 번님 어디 가고 모두 신어 세워라 내워라 답답한 건 넌데 왜 나를 붙여놔 세워라 내워라
따라따라 밝은 달아 우주 강산에 비친 달아
수업을 더욱 특별하게 만들어줄 교사 지원 사이트 Y클라우드를 소개합니다. 대면 수업과 비대면 수업 지원을 위해 새로운 콘텐츠와 차시별 수업 서비스 제공, 수업 준비 시간을 줄여주는 맞춤형 서비스, 수업을 풍성하게 만들어줄 다양한 특화 자료 제공. 2022년에는 대면 비대면 교육 플랫폼 스마트 스쿨도 찾아옵니다. Y클라우드와 함께 창의적이고 재미있는 수업을 만나보세요. YBM Y클라우드.
Good afternoon, everyone. So it is time for starting 2022 International Conference of East Asian Association for Science Education. I believe everyone is ready, so let's get it started. My name is Pilso Go from Gyeongin National University of Education, Korea. I'm very happy to be here in Daegu to serve as the master of the opening ceremony of EAST 2002 International Conference. I welcome participants from overseas as well as from Korea. And on behalf of all members of EAST, I'd like to express sincere thanks to all invited speakers. As you know, East Asian Association for Science Education, that is EAST, is a global cooperation of educators and researchers in the field of science education. And the theme of this 2022 conference is broadening the horizons of science education for new global challenges and opportunities. According to the theme, we invited 4 keynote speakers, and a number of international researchers in science education are going to present their valuable studies. I surely believe that all speakers will give us inspiring and meaningful talk in this conference. So now, we would like to begin 2022 EAST International Conference. First, we will receive a welcome address from Professor Jong-Seok Park, the president of the Korean Association for Science Education and the chairman of the organizing committee of the EAST 2022 conference. Professor Park, would you please give us a welcome address?
동아시아 과학교육학회 회원 여러분, 반갑습니다. 우리는 3년 전에 여기 대구시에 있는 경북대학교에서 컨퍼런스를 하고자 했었습니다만 코로나19로 인해 어쩔 수 없이 취소했었습니다. 우리는 여전히 코로나19로 여러 가지 제약을 받으면서 오늘 컨퍼런스를 이곳 대구에서 다시 하게 되어 매우 기쁩니다. 컨퍼런스 조직위원장으로서 다른 위원들과 함께 컨퍼런스를 잘 준비하고자 했었습니다. 하지만 아쉬움이 있을 것입니다. 그런 아쉬움이 있더라도 우리 회원님들의 너그러운 양해를 부탁드립니다. 코로나19로 인해 갑자기 다가온 온라인과 브랜디드 학습은 과학교육의 방식을 고민하게 해주었습니다. 우리는 줌 등을 이용한 온라인 학습을 하면서 익숙하지 않는 교육 환경에 익숙해지기도 했습니다. 오늘 온라인 컨퍼런스 또한 그러한 맥락이라고 생각됩니다. 동아시아 과학교육학회 회원 여러분, 대면을 못하는 아쉬움은 있지만 비대면을 통해서 동아시아 과학교육학회 회원국 여러분들의 우수한 연구 결과를 공유하고 토론하면서 우리 지역 과학교육의 수준을 높이는 계기가 되기를 기원하겠습니다. 비록 온라인으로 이루어지는 컨퍼런스이지만 여러분들을 이곳에 초대할 수 있어서 매우 기쁩니다. 회원 상호 간의 학문적 교류를 통해서 친목을 다지고 우리 지역 과학교육의 발전에 함께 기여할 수 있기를 고대하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Park. Our second congratulatory speaker is Professor Sung Ki-kwon, the President of the Korean Society of the Elementary Science Education. He also serves as a chair of the organizing committee of the EASE 2022 conference. Professor Kwon, would you please give us a welcome message?
Welcome, everyone. It's a great pleasure to talk EASE 2022. I'm Kwon Sung-ki. As a president of KESES and Daegu National University of Education. This EASE 2022 conference is designed to held under the name of Science Education Week. It's a very creative and meaningful event to participate in EASE conference with the Korean Science Education Association. First of all, I would like to introduce the Elementary Society. This KESES is the official name and is the Korean Association for Elementary Science Education, and it has a longer history, 71 years more than KARSE. It has been publishing an academic science education journal for more than 50 years, quarterly or twice per year since 1982. We have more than 1,200 members of this society, elementary science education professor from 10 nationwide university of education, graduate student, elementary school teacher, and other experts. For elementary school teachers and pre-service teacher are in charge of Korean national curriculum. Expertise is required not only in science subject matter, but also in mathematics, Korean language, and social studies. this week's meeting is an academic event and a good, wonderful opportunity for active communication with experts in East Asia to have a vision and broaden their horizons of science education. I hope that the week of this academic conference will overcome COVID-19 and create an evolving ourselves and educational field. I hope you enjoy the CIRI conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kwon. Now, the Professor Myung-kyung Shin, the President of the East Asian Association for Science Education, give us her welcome address. The President Shin, please.
Thank you for your introduction, Professor Oh. Distinguished members and guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to open the 2022 East Asian Association for Science Education Conference, hosted by Gyeongbuk National University in Korea region. The conference program showcased many of the strengths of science education, complemented by significant research papers from many countries, more than 14 countries. We all together overcome lots of impediment around education recent years. We experience shifted education one way or another. Such a shift occurred globally, and such struggling will be challenging, and at the same time, it is the opportunities to broaden the horizons of science education. I believe we already accomplished the theme of this EASE 2022 conference. From the start, the EASE EASE has been an organization valuing global rather than partisan perspectives, collegiality rather than competition, and commonalities rather than differences. We all members believed the potential value to all science educators of improved contact among East Asian region. Of course, now we expand to contact East and West, North and South. This philosophy has guided the structure, principles, and activities of EASE for 12 years since the first meeting of 2010. Creating opportunities like this conference requires a great deal of work, where a number of individuals and organizations must be thanked. First, on behalf of EASE, I would like to express my appreciation to the Korea Region Organizing Committee of the conference and co-host of Korean Association for Science Education, and also Korean Society of Elementary Science Education for supporting this conference. It is my great pleasure to officially open the EASE 2022 online conference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, President Shin, for giving your warm welcome to all participants of this conference. So now, we're ending the opening ceremony, and we'll move on to the first keynote session of the conference. And Professor Shin is going to play the role of presider for the first keynote session.
Welcome to the first keynote session. It is my pleasure to chair this keynote session. Our first keynote speaker is Professor Jean-Luc Patry in University of Salzburg. He is actually in Austria, and then he's on screen soon. We'll communicate with him with his great presentation. Professor Jean-Luc Patry is a founding member of the Association for Values and Knowledge Education. In short, we call it VAKE project. So I'm pretty happy to call him now. Please come into the our first session of keynote.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Yes, clear,
thank you.
clear.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm very honored to have been invited to present our research on VAKE, combining values and knowledge education for science teaching. VAKE, or Values and Knowledge Education, is a teaching tool that is based on a constructivist concept, and it combines and integrates knowledge acquisition and moral education. Knowledge acquisition is done through assimilation and accommodation and through inquiry-based learning, and moral education is the attempt to increase the competence for moral judgment. That means arguing in favor or against specific, applying specific values in dilemma situations. And this is done through dilemma discussions, focusing on different fields of morality, including justice, care, truthfulness, including deontic and teleological justification, and so on. A moral dilemma is a situation in which the protagonist of the story has to decide between two options, and whatever he or she decides, some moral norms or values will be broken. And the question is then to be discussed in the group what the protagonist should do, and not only what he or she should do, but particularly why he or she should do it. And the VAKE dilemmas have a particular characteristic. They are moral dilemmas, but they are constructed in such a way that the participants need some knowledge to discuss the dilemma competently. This includes, but is not restricted to, scientific knowledge. Actually, what we found is that whenever we did VAKE, scientific knowledge was necessary, but other knowledge as well. And this means that VAKE is appropriate for teaching science as well as other topics. And instead of giving a theoretical background, which comes later, I will give you an example of such a dilemma, namely the nanotechnology dilemma. Bob and John are 12 years old. I must say that this study was done with 12 years old youngsters, and Bob and John are best friends. For 2 years now, things at home of John weren't that easy. His father has been unemployed, but there has been a factory created in the town, and Bob's father is the leader of that factory, and John's father is working in that factory. And this factory is producing paints and coatings. And this is very good for John, and his family because everything is good for them. John's father told his family that these coatings that are manufactured at the factory are magical. They are waterproof and self-cleaned while dropping off few water drops. The coatings are being produced with so-called nanotechnology. However, John's father is experiencing for months now several breathing problems. And the same is true for co-workers. And John is quite alarmed about his father's health and issues with his best friend. Bob immediately thought that although his father is also working in this factory, he does not face the same respiratory problems. However, Bob's father is in the management, while John's father is worker, and according to John, he is not the only one facing health issues. Bob got stuck with the idea that something inside the factory caused the health issues to John's father and his co-workers. And so he did an internet research on the matter, and he discovered that when the materials used in paints and coatings are crushed into nanosize, they can be easily absorbed by the human body and other living organisms, even by the environment, which has unpredictable consequences on health and other issues. And this might have been the cause for the problems of John's father and his co-workers. Despite his research, Bob hesitates to mention anything concerning this matter to John. Mostly he's afraid that if the news spread out at the factory and around the world and around the city, a risk of the factory's closure could be poked. Then everyone could lose their jobs, his father included. On the other hand, Bob thinks that if these nanopaints and nanocoatings are causing respiratory problems to John's father and his co-workers, he would be obliged to mention it to John in sake of his friendship with him. So the question becomes, what should Bob do and why? As you can see, this is a dilemma that includes, on one hand, values issues. Bob has to decide whether to tell his friend or not. And in favor of telling are the values health that are involving all the stakeholders and particularly the factory workers. Against telling is, besides the friendship, is the job security of the workers and the well-being of John's family. The working and the salary and so on. And of course, there is a lot of knowledge that is involved in this. And I speak only about the nano issues of the knowledge. The size is very small, and you can see on the screen that it is about the size of a single glucose sugar. So it's very, very small. And there are many issues that are important, such as the lotus leaf effect, which is important for the coatings. It has applications in medicine and so on. But what is particularly important is the toxicity, the danger for health, and then also the policy with respect to such risks. And of course, children of 12 years have no idea about all these issues. Now, the next issue that I would like to talk about is the double assignment. The double assignment means that teachers are required to educate both for knowledge as well as for values, in such a way that knowledge and values are related with each other. In school, we usually tend to teach knowledge and values in different disciplines, knowledge in science and so on, and values in philosophy, ethics, religion, and so on. But what is important from our point of view is that knowledge and values are related with each other. I first present here and in the paper the difference between is and ought. What is important for us is that is and ought are strictly separated in argumentation, which means we cannot relate them logically with each other. And it seems also that it is also ethically not justified. We need to discuss norms and not to delegate this discussion to any other instance, which does not mean that in science, in research, we should eliminate either is or ought, but we must combine, and each of them must be justified or argued for in the appropriate way. What is important in this context is our conviction that values without knowledge is blind. Knowledge without values is unsocial. Values without knowledge is blind because when we have values and try to apply them without knowing the specific conditions, it's blind because we don't fit it to the specific conditions. It's then a pure ideology, which is dangerous. And knowledge without values is unsocial because if we have knowledge, but we don't think about why to apply it, this is very dangerous. And this has already been said by David Hume in the 18th century. So we need in education both to combine values education and knowledge education in relation to each other. What is important in the present context is that we don't try to convey specific values to the people, but that we educate for justification. And there are several reasons for that. One is that values are relevant only when in conflict with other values in concrete situations, as we have seen in the nanotechnology dilemma. And in these specific situations, the general values cannot be applied directly. There is a generality, concreteness, antinomy. The more general a statement is, the less concrete can it be. But in specific situations, we need concrete and specific informations about the values. So just giving the values in general is not sufficient. We need to justify in the concrete situation. And in science particularly, there is constant progress so that the general values cannot apply it because they have not been thought for the new scientific insight. What is also important is that the stakeholders may react to the values education. For instance, the parents maybe don't like if in school specific values are conveyed with which they don't agree, but they can not oppose that values decisions are justified. Only fundamentalists can oppose such justifications. However, if the stakeholders, the values themselves are put into question, they have to justify their own values, this can become problematic for them. So we ask why a certain value in a certain concretization is suitable or is better than another one. And the base is the Kohlberg's approach with 6 stages of moral judgment, which I'm not going to discuss more in detail, except for 2 issues. The stages move from heteronomy to autonomy, and from single person relations to general universal validity. We are not restricted to the Kohlbergian approach, but we use a post-Kohlbergian approach, which relates to integrating different theories. We focus on education and not on cognitive psychology, not only justice, but also care and other value systems. It's not only deontic, but also theological. It's not only moral values, but also personal interests, because this is something important in practical decision-making. We are not working with abstract dilemma situations, but with realistic moral actions, and the stages are not rigid, but flexible. Further, we also consider emotions, intuitions, empathy, commitment, and so on. And the focus is very much on subjective theories and not on structures. But we keep the principles from Kohlberg, which relates to autonomy and universality, the focus on reasoning, the focus on justification, and finally, the constructivist approach, which is the Piagetian concept. Of course, we could use also other approaches, but we have restricted to the constructivist because it has proven to be the best concept that we could conceive. Now, Weick has a very sound constructivist, very sound theoretical base. It is based on constructivism, and this constructivism goes to moral development and education in the post-Kohlbergian concept, and in constructivist knowledge acquisition, particularly inquiry-based learning, and this is combined into Weick. This approach is done in groups, which means that we have a collaborative, a social problem solving. So this is the basic theoretical background that we use, but when we did our research, we soon found out that other theories are necessary as well. And so we integrated many other theories that were very appropriate in this model. Actually, whenever I present Weick, this theoretical framework in a conference like this, people immediately say, well, other theories might be important as well. There are so many other theories that should be included that we couldn't consider them all in our theoretical concept. In contrast to many theoretical concepts, we try to translate that into steps for practical use. And the steps are as follows. First, we present the dilemma. Then there is a discussion what the protagonist should do and why he or she should do that. And this immediately leads to questions about the knowledge, as in the nano dilemma. We have a lot of knowledge questions about nano issues. And then the students search for answer in, for instance, in the net, or they ask the teacher about the content that should be important, and so on. And this is the knowledge acquisition part. Based on that, new moral discussion can arise, which then comes on a higher level, because now knowledge can be included in the discussion. And then there is some synthesis of the results. For instance, we make a role play where the participants take the roles of certain people in the dilemma, and possibly they can defend the opposite of their own conviction, which means that they change position and have to defend just the opposite of what they actually believe. And our results show that in such cases, they get more understanding of the opposite position without giving up their own concepts or their own convictions. And finally, there is a transfer to other topics, or even a transfer to action, so that the students do something about the issues that they have found out in their moral and knowledge discussions. The theoretical framework of Weyk is still evolving. I agree that it is not completely new, but what is new is that there is an integration of several approaches. They can be adapted to the specific conditions as they are needed, for instance, specific audiences, for specific topics, specific conditions, and so on. What is important is that, provided that one sticks to the theoretical background, Weyk is very flexible and can be adapted to the specific needs, for instance, time constraints and so on. So we have also conceived many different versions of Weyk, and if someone wants to adapt it to a specific condition, it's easy to do it. Some representative results of our research in that domain, and I begin with the nanotechnology dilemma that I have discussed at the beginning. You see here the conditions. The students were sixth graders between 11 and 13 years. And that's why we also conceived the dilemma with Bob and John as being 12 years old. And we had a control group and an experimental group. The study has been taken from Panagiota Christodoulou, who did that in Greece, and all the results have been translated from her into English. We see first that conceptual understanding was on the focus of the study. And what we found, I don't go into details, you find that in the paper that is published in the program book. I just stick to the full results. There is no difference, or very little difference, between the experimental group and the control group. The same is for epistemological beliefs, but there is no change or little change overall anyway. What is important is the intrinsic motivation, which is very high in both groups. Actually, I must say that the control group was regular inquiry-based learning without values discussion. So the results were positive for both groups with high motivation and little pressure, but what was found with quite a substantial effect size is that the perceived competence, how they feel competent, was significantly better in the experimental group than in the control group. As to the values, we can find that health was the most important value in both discussions. Blue is the first dilemma discussion and red is the second dilemma discussion. And you see that in the second dilemma discussion, health became even more important. Whether this is due to more knowledge or not, we cannot say. We can just say that it is more important. Health and well-being can relate to the domain of care, whereas friendship and family are both care and justice. And we can see indeed that care is the most important value that was used here in these dilemma discussions. Overall, we can find that knowledge acquisition is about the same for both, but the Wake students felt more competent than those of the control group, and the values were quite diverse, with a focus on health and on care. Since 2000, there has been a research program with studies in many different countries and with different designs and different assessments. And so we have a lot of results that can be used. Let's start with knowledge acquisition, because this is the most important issue if you want to implement a new method, because you know the discussion following PISA, that some countries were very disappointed for being low in PISA. So knowledge acquisition is a crucial educational issue, and if you cannot show that your method is at least as good as the regular teaching, then nobody will take into account the possibility that there is a reduction in knowledge. Now, we used a special method in our studies, namely what we call the W assessment of latent knowledge, or WALK, which consists in showing a picture. The students are invited to ask questions, and there are some criterion. For instance, the questions should be as complex as possible. And they give the response themselves, and this is this then will be coded depending on the research question. So you have a picture on the right, and you ask the students, what questions do you have? And some students say, how many balls do you see on the picture? But a more complex question might be, how many balls are in the pyramid? And an even more complex question would be, what's the volume in this pyramid? So you see, depending on your knowledge base, you can ask a simple question, just counting, or you can ask questions, for instance, involving the volumes of balls and so on. And this is a quite authentic assessment, because the students are asking questions that relate to the real world. It is flexible with regard to the knowledge addressed, in contrast to the traditional teacher-made or PISA questions where the solution is already given. And it addresses the highest level of Bloom's taxonomy, namely synthesis, in the sense of creating something based on one's knowledge. And we have adapted and made variations of the walk dealing with knowledge, function, what function do these elements have, damage, in what regards can these elements be damaged or cause damage, action, what action can be carried out with in which these elements are relevant, and finally what values are relevant. And we did some validation studies for this instrument, particularly with regard to environmental awareness, and it shows that it is quite valid. The results of all the studies that we did on knowledge acquisition is that the students learned at least as much in Wake as the control groups. And the example of nanotechnology shows this. However, in many studies, we found that the students' knowledge acquisition was considerably higher, and even higher than the teacher's knowledge before the study, which means that the teacher themselves became learners as well. And the acquired knowledge was on a higher level in the Bloom taxonomy, and it involved always several knowledge domains, including ones that were not addressed in school or are not addressed in the curriculum. And this, of course, could only be identified through walk. And these different domains were interconnected, so they were not isolated from each other, but they had relationships. Overall, there is no knowledge deficit, quite the opposite. And this is an argument, refutes the argument that doing values education will have a negative impact on knowledge acquisition. Quite the opposite. The knowledge acquisition is higher. As to values education, the students do not necessarily change their values, but they become more sensitive to values in practical situations. They recognize more values, and they get moral competence, as the moral competence test from Georg Lind showed. And often the students want to do something, so moral actions follow. What is important is that the values at stake were not imposed by the teachers, but conceived by the participants themselves in a cooperative endeavor in the justification procedure. And therefore, it is not possible to criticize the school for indoctrination, which is an argument that many teachers express. They are afraid of being criticized for providing specific values that the parents and so on might not approve. But they cannot, the parents and so on cannot oppose the justification. And actually, what we also found is that the students often take moral argumentation into their families and start moral discussions with their parents or with other people. We found that Wake can be used at all ages from about 10 years up in many different educational settings, provided that the students are able to argue autonomously and that they are able to debate, which sometimes has to be fostered before. So in some cases, we had classes who were not able to discuss with each other. Here we had to work with them first on discussing with each other. What we also found is that it can be used very effectively in teacher training to increase the teacher's ethos or their moral competence, to provide knowledge for the in the content area they are teaching, and for them to learn to teach with Wake. Almost all topics can be addressed. We found just some reservations with respect to mathematics, because it is difficult to formulate a dilemma in this field. This is the key problem actually in Wake, to find a good dilemma that focuses on the topics of interest. For instance, if we have a curricular topic that we want to address, it's difficult to find a dilemma. But many topics offer themselves to Wake. And this is particularly the case in science, because science very, very often addresses practical issues, as we have seen, for instance, with the nano technology dilemma. So science is quite appropriate, but as soon as we start with a dilemma, it turns out that other topics become important as well. For instance, in the nanotechnology, it's not only the nano issues, but immediately health issues became important. We found that students' motivation was extremely high. We could see that in the technology, nanotechnology dilemma, but we found that in other studies as well, with students who were willing to work much longer than scheduled. They continued discussions after the end of the lesson. They carried over the discussions to their families and other school subjects. We also found that the classroom climate was very good, and that the students asked for more Wake. Of course, one can also think about students' problems, because this approach is not the usual approach. So at the beginning, the students had some difficulties, but they adapted very quickly, and they didn't misuse the freedom that they were given, quite the opposite. Teachers' problems would have been that they lose control over the class and so on. But our research showed that all these fears were not justified. However, there are some fears that are justified. It is critical that Wake might be integrated into the curriculum. So to find a good dilemma is crucial. It might take too long. However, the students want to work longer. So they work even at home after classes and so on. What is very critical is that the organizational preconditions cannot be met, because there must be some conditions like cooperations between teachers and so on that need to be met. Again, dilemma construction is difficult, and this might be too demanding for some teachers. In certain cases, special precautions must be taken for that. And what is important for us is that we don't aim at replacing traditional teaching by Wake, but that we conceive Wake as a complement to traditional teaching, so that there are some phases of traditional teaching and some phases of Wake. Important is crossing boundaries. So the cooperation between teachers is necessary. Again, formulating the dilemma is a crucial issue. What we found is that sometimes teachers pretend to already use Wake, but actually they implement only elements of it. And also, not all teachers feel comfortable with using Wake. Overall, the results are quite robust. Since this is a systematic research program with multiple systematic replications. And so the conclusions is that the effects of Wake have exceeded by far the initiators' expectations. It satisfies an urgent need of humanity in fields like democracy, sustainable consumptions, and so on. All the challenges of humanity involve issues of science and of values. Of course, societal problems cannot be solved through Wake, but Wake can contribute to improve the conditions in many of such regards, even if this contribution might be small. At least, as we say in German, it's a drop on the hot stone, but that's at least what we can do. All these issues, science and technology, are key issues and need to consider values as well as knowledge, and Wake can be a help to do so. Thank you very much for your interest. There has been newly published the Wake Handbook that you can see on the right. You're welcome to write to me if you are interested, and you are also welcome to buy the book. And if this was a present face-to-face conference, I would give you a leaflet. Now I must reduce that to this. I can offer you, or Brill has proposed for conferences, a discount of 25% for buying this book. If you write the discount code 72225, this is valid until the 31st of December of this year. Thank you very much for your interest, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Jean-Luc. And I wish we had more time because it is too short. So we have only 10 or more minutes for the Q&A session. Still, we have a lot of questions in chat box. Do you see the chat box, Professor?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
there are several questions, but I don't think we can go through all the questions. So maybe we have 10 minutes. So why don't we start the first one from the Okayama University, Aldi, and he has several questions. Why don't you just pick one and answer the, what are the criteria that we need when determining protagonists in the sad moral dilemma? If it is too long, then why don't you just email, right?
I respond to the first question. The difference between the dilemma used in Wake and using ethical dilemmas in ethic discussion. The difference is that the dilemmas in Wake are conceived in such a way that to discuss them competently, you need knowledge. For instance, in the nanotechnology dilemma, you need knowledge about nano issues to be able to discuss the dilemma competently. So the dilemmas are conceived in a specific way in addition to being an ethical or a moral dilemma. Next question.
Okay.
What is the goal expected from this step? the goal of the moral issue is, I understand that it is about the step of moral education. So this is what Kohlberg found out, is that discussing moral issues in such dilemmas leads to more competent moral argumentation in the sense of the stages that he conceived. That means instead for instance, being purely group-centered, as would be for 15-year-olds, that would be typical for them. They start to think about general issues of the society, not restricted to a specific group, the peer group, for instance, or the group of the party members, and so on, but to the society in general. So research has shown that this such discussions foster such development.
Okay, so why don't you go to the question SSI? Is there any standard instrument such as a questionnaire or test to measure students' moral or value?
Yes.
What is your answer?
Georg Lindt has developed a moral competence test that assesses the competence in the sense of Kohlberg. Of course, it's restricted to the Kohlbergian approach, and it is related using fictive dilemmas, but it is standardized, and there have been many studies with that compare across countries and across interventions. So this is a possibility. And the second possibility that we are starting to use is the walk that I presented very briefly in my talk, which addresses values, concrete values that can be used. And if you are interested in the walk, please send me an email and we can talk about that, or I can send you some results or some approaches on that. There is also a chapter in the handbook on the walk if you want to look at that.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want to answer any other question? Maybe the first one? The very first one is, what are the criteria that we need when determining a program's protagonist in the said moral dilemma? Maybe in short.
The first criterion is that there must be a story with two outcomes where the protagonist has to decide, and whatever he or she does, some values is broken. The second issue is the protagonist should be as close to the students as possible. If this is feasible, for instance, if you have a historical dilemma, let's say whether Napoleon was entitled to invade Russia, then it's a dilemma for Napoleon, and you cannot put it to 15-year-olds. But you can ask the 15-year-olds to be judged in such a situation. And the third issue is that it must be very personalized, because it is not appropriate to have general issues, but it must be very concrete, very close to life, if possible. So we decided to have John and Bob, give them names, but you shouldn't give names that are already in the group. These are other people. And finally, don't take a dilemma from the class, because this is then too personal. But if you have a problem in class that you would like to use in a vague dilemma, change it so that it is not immediately recognizable that it's Bob or John who are in the class, but make it more abstract. So if people are personally touched by that, you must make it more abstract. So these are the most important criteria for such a dilemma.
All right, thank you. So maybe this is the last question for us during this Q&A hour. Could you explain more detail what you mean by the more sensitive to value? And
Yes. Varying means that sometimes it is necessary to change some things. For instance, we worked with immigrants from other countries, from Islam countries, with females, and these females, some females were illiterate. They couldn't read, and so we had to change the issue of information search in such a way that the teacher would provide information upon request, and they wouldn't write down the results, but they would do drawings. So this is an issue. Or we worked with smaller children below 11, and there the students, the kids needed some help in argumentation. Maybe the teacher has to intervene as an advocate for the weaker students, or the teacher has to intervene as the devil's advocate, but still leaving the students the freedom to say whatever they want. They might have to intervene if the discussions become personal and so on. Other adaptations are for specific research interests. For instance, if we want to assess what is going on, then one interrupts the course and asks them to do some questionnaires. But the important thing is whatever change we do, this must be in agreement with the theory. And that's why it is so important to have the theory. Teachers apply vague very differently, but hopefully always in agreement with the theoretical background.
All right, thank you. I'm afraid we better finish this session for Professor Jean-Luc keynote speech. We have his full paper in the program book, so you can find his email address in the program book. If you have any question to him, please email him. And I'm sorry for not going through all the questions you ask in the chat box. Thank you very much, Professor Jean-Luc Petri. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your great presentation. Thank you. Thank you. So we have some break until 15:15 in Korea Standard Time. 15:15 oral presentation concurrent session will start. So we have a session 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. 5 sessions will start at 10 minutes after. So if you are a presider or chair of the session, please go into the room maybe now. And then everybody has some break and see you at the concurrent session. Started 10 minutes after. Thank you very much for the keynote speech. Thank you.
takes my breath away.
And suddenly I feel it so me, I feel it so And suddenly I feel it so me, I feel it so
Good afternoon, everyone. Now we start our second keynote speech. This keynote speaker is quite special. She is the new president candidate, and her name is Professor Anna Panamasari, Universitas Pakuan, Indonesia. So she will explain what kind of research she has been working with, and also she present her vision and future plan as a new president of this association. Please welcome our new president candidate, Professor Anna Panamasari.
Thank you, Professor Sin. Allow me to share first. Okay, thank you again, Professor Sin, for this kind opportunity. Shall I start? Professor Sin?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Okay, hello. Good afternoon, everybody. All conference participants and, of course, all of EC members. Actually, in this initial speech, I want to say hello to our great leader, Professor Kumano, but I'm afraid he is not here, yeah, Prof. Si? Is Professor Kumano here? I think he is not here. Professor Fujii, is he here?
Yes, I am
Yeah,
here.
Professor Fujii, please tell my greeting to Professor Kumano, yeah? We always pray for Professor Kumano's health and happiness.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Fujii. Regarding to the conference, firstly, I would like to thank to all keynote speakers, presenters, and participants who have participated on this conference. We hope every program is running well until tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, EC leadership changes every 2 years. And based on the results of the EC member meeting several time ago, the leadership for the 2022 to 2024 period was assigned to Indonesia region. The members from Indonesia region and then agreed to appoint me as a representative from Indonesia, and here I am. I'm very honored for this trust. Thank you very much for all of EC member. I found an interesting proverb just now. It says that if we don't know, then we don't love. So of course, I want you all love us. Yeah, so to get the detailed information regarding me and other members from region Indonesia, it is my great pleasure to give a brief explanation about myself and us, especially regarding the research that my friend and I have done recently. And then as Professor Sin asked, it will be followed by the explanation of the EC program activities along 2022 to 2024. Okay. Here are the member of EC from Indonesia region. Yeah, I myself, Anna Permanasari, I am from Universitas Pakuan. I am the president of Indonesian Science Educator Association. Yeah, and then the next one is Professor Sri Rahayu from Universitas Malang, Indonesia. Associate Professor Ida Kaniawati from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Profesor Sudarmin from Universitas Negeri Semarang. Associate Professor Dr. Riyandi from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. And the last one is Professor Indrawati, come from Universitas Jember. So we are coming from various university in Indonesia. And besides, we have 4 young supporters, very supported. Yeah. This is Irma Rahma Suwarma, Assistant Professor from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. And the second one is Arif Widiatmoko. I don't have any picture from him. Assistant Professor from Universitas Negeri Semarang. Dr. Pramudia Dwi Arisputra, Assistant Professor from Universitas Negeri Jember. And the last one is Dr. Nurul Fitriah, Assistant Professor from Universitas Mula Warman. Yeah. Now, please allow me to introduce myself deeper. Yeah. I come from Science Education Program, School of Postgraduate Study, Universitas Pakuan. I'm now a Vice Director of Academic Affairs, Postgraduate School, Universitas Pakuan. Yeah. Here is my profile, my Scopus profile, or my Sinta index. Sinta is a kind of Scopus index in our Indonesia. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is enough. Yeah, not good, not too high, but this is enough for me. I am so my publication is around my science education research. Just for information, just for info, this is my recognition. I'm a member of Indonesian Chemistry Society, a member also as Royal Society of Chemistry. I'm now is a president of Indonesian Science Educators. Yeah. I am being a president since 2013. It's too long. Yeah, it's about what is it? It's about 9 years. So I don't know why there are rarely people who want to be the head of a professional organization. I don't know. Is it because of it is not popular, or maybe this is a volunteer work, or less promising? From financial point, of course, yeah, at least, or maybe most of all members are busy people. So I'm now the president of Indonesia Science Educators until 2025. Yeah. Okay. The other one is I am editor, reviewer in some reputable journals of science education, national and international. And I'm also as a visiting professor in some universities in Indonesia. Yeah, this is my recognition. And then we move to some activities. Yeah, I'm also have some activities such as head of a certification body for professional chemistry laboratory testing Indonesia. And then I'm also assessor of National Accreditation Board for Higher Education Institution. I'm also assessor of National Accreditation Board for Educational Study Program. Yeah, so this is some activities that now I'm doing. Yeah, beside the main activities as lecturer and as lecturer in my institution. I'm a lecturer of level graduates and postgraduates. Yeah, in graduate, my lectures, my course is separation chemistry, instrumental chemistry. This is because of actually I came from doctoral degree of analytical chemistry, but my professor is on chemical and science education. So I gave some lectures from chemistry as well as from educations. Yeah. For example, in S2, I'm a lecturer. I have a course in analysis of innovative science learning, innovative in science laboratory, school curriculum analysis, science education research methodology. And in S3, yeah, in doctorate degree, I gave lecture in individual study. I'm now is supervisor of some thesis and dissertation works. So this is my lectures activities, academic activities. I will tell about the research project in science education, mainly in Indonesia. There are some firms in science education research, but this is the most research that conducted in Indonesia by most of experts in science education. The first one is science literacy. Yeah, the film on science literacy is conducted by Professor Sri Rahayu from Universitas Negeri Malang. I myself, do this science literacy research as well as Professor Dr. Indrawati. And TPACK, technological, pedagogical, and content knowledge in science learning is belong to Dr. Yandi and his friends from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. He has some articles, some publication about the TPACK. And ethnoscience, ethnostem, is belong to Professor Sudarmin, Professor Arif from Universitas Negeri Semarang. Yeah, Professor Sudarmin has so many publications and as well as books. Yeah, Professor Sudarmin. And then STEM education and STEM ESD. Yeah, this is belong to us, to our group, me myself, Dr. Yandi, Dr. Ida Kanyawati, Dr. Irma Rahma from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. And now I'm doing on low carbon education research. Yeah, collaborate with Kita Kyushu University with Professor from University of Kita Kyushu. And the last one is teaching-based learning analysis research. This teaching-based learning analysis research is the end of the research on education. Yeah, in the implementation, for example, if we want to, if we go to the model of learning implementation, so we make a kind of teaching-based learning analysis. So we do this with some colleges from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. And this is my current research is in STEM education. Yeah, collaborate with Shizuoka University. The collaboration is conducted from 2019 to 2022. And low carbon education is collaborate with UPI staff, UPI academic staff with Kita Kyushu University from 2018 to 2022. And teaching-based learning analysis now is the third year of research with Mongolia University as well as Hiroshima University from 2019 and to 2022. This is a little bit about my research, and this is one of the publication about the STEM education. Yeah, this is the preliminary research. Yeah, we have done with my student from doctorate degree. Yeah, So we research about the movement of STEM education in Indonesia. Yeah, this is the research is about how is the perspective of teachers, of science teacher on STEM. So this is the good research, I think, yeah, because from 10 questions, more than 50% of science teachers said that they know about STEM education. But fortunately, yeah, unfortunately, not many teachers implement the STEM learning. Yeah, so this is the preliminary research. Yeah, and this one is about low carbon education research. We make a kind of bibliometric analysis research. Yeah, so if you see this, yeah, the most concern to low carbon education is belong to the West Asia, East Asia. I think this is from Japan. Yeah, Japan is very very caring about the low carbon education. Yeah, so this one in the chapter in the right hand, yeah, this is the most popular research subject about the STEM. Yeah, the red one is the dense one. Yeah, the most research on STEM that conducted by researchers, and then followed by the green one, the blue one, the yellow one, and then the purple one. The purple one is about this is about the research about low carbon economy development, and then technology. Yeah, towards low carbon education is less doing by researcher. Okay, this is only a little bit of my research area. We come to the programs of our EASY in the next 2 years. Yeah, as it is conducted by the previous leadership, EASY leadership, the core program should be EASY summer schools. Yeah, we hope that it can be conducted on 2023 or in the in the initial of 2024. And then we have one program like these 2 days, yeah, is a conference on 2024. And then we have one journal, EASY journal. Yeah, we hope that in 2023 it has been published. So as we are thinking about the supporting programs, the first one is about how to broaden the memberships. Yeah, this is include a region membership and personal membership, because we have so many people, so many educators, so many science educators in Indonesia want to join with this EASY. Yeah, some of friends asked about how to be a member of EASY. Yeah, I think I've read also in the chat room in the journal. Yeah, notes and journal in this conference. Some people ask about the membership. So I think we have to think about this broader membership. And the other one is follow-up program of summer school. We have done some periods of summer school, but we didn't know what is going on after summer school. Yeah, so I think it is the time to ask to follow up the program of summer school. It can be conducted with the FGD, for instance, yeah, exchange experience, yeah, for exchange experience. I think it's probably can conduct on 2023. I think this is the 5 programs that we propose to, and this will be finals, will be discussed and determined in the near future, not more than August 2022. Yeah. Okay. So this is all. In the last speech, I would like to point out that no matter how good the program is, if it is not supported by all members, it will be difficult to run. So please, we need your support, and the supporting of all members is a must. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Sim.
끝이죠.
That's all from me.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Anna Parameswari. And I think we did a great job to select you as a new president because you are very qualified president candidate. Thank you for your presentation. There are some few announcements from the headquarters, and then we're going to wrap up all the today's conference. First one is about the receipt of registration. We are preparing EASE endorsed receipt of registration. So it will email to you maybe by tomorrow. And secondly, we are preparing some certificate of participation of this conference and certificate of presentation. It will be ready within this week, and then we might set up some system for each of you to download your own certificate from the homepage. This information will be also noticed through email to each of you. And thank you very much for your participation and presentation today. So this is the last, and hopefully we will see tomorrow morning 9:30 the keynote speech 3 will be ready tomorrow 9:30. No. 지금 해요? 네네네. 아니 이지연. This is the some announcement for the EM members. We will start right after this meeting. EM meeting maybe 5 minutes after, which is 6:05. We'll start 6:10. We'll start our EM meetings. All the EM members, you can find the link at the bottom of the homepage. So yeah, this is it. Thank you. And thank you, and see all the EM members at the meeting 5 minutes after. Thank you very much. Bye now.